Well, guys, it's a beautiful morning here in northern Canada. I think I should maybe just get outside, make the most of it. It doesn't appear to be a cloud in the skies. There's a bit of haze on the horizon, and that's about it. Make yourself a cup of coffee. It's like, I don't know, 7 o'clock or something right now. So a while back there, I managed to get a recipe book. Now I don't know whether people have heard of um, the guy. He's a not British author called Terry Pratchett, or sorry, Sir Terry Pratchett. He sadly passed away now, but he does the Discworld books, and it's not meant to be. I believe in the world is flattened. It's a disc. It's more along the lines of it's a world of science fiction and fantasy, and if you can dream it and believe in it, it's probably going to be there. But I managed to get the recipe book from one of the witches out of the story. Well, it's not. It's Nanny Ogg's Cookbook by Terry Pratchett, and so there's some strange characters in this universe. Obviously, we've got an orangutan who's a librarian who used to be human but was turned into an orangutan by a magical accident. So now the orangutan, he likes banana soup surprise. So I'll just read you a little piece out of this one. So people say, what's so surprising about banana soup? And I say, it's got bananas in it. Of course, if you ever read my book, The Joy of Snacks, you'll spot that some of my special ingredients have been left out. People complain that they made the soup a bit too surprising. So we have 4 large bananas peeled, vegetable stock, dry sherry, 1 heaped teaspoon of ground nutmeg, 1 heaped teaspoon brown sugar, 2 heaped teaspoons chopped chervil, a pinch of salt and pepper, and 1 teaspoon of lemon juice. So chop 2 of the bananas and put into a pan with the stock. Blend or mash until the bananas are smooth, smoothly well blended. Slowly bring the liquid to a simmering point, taking care not to let it boil, and add the remaining ingredients. Stir gently for 2 to 3 minutes to ensure that all the sugar has dissolved, and leave to simmer for a further 5 minutes, stirring frequently. Take the remaining 2 bananas and chop them in half widthways. Place each half in a bowl pointing upwards. Pour in some soup and serve. Surprising, eh? And some of the recipes are clearly taken from real recipes that used to be around for when people were poor, or even more poor than they are now, I should say. Um, I'm presuming this one's from Rincewind, but this one's a celery astonishment. I don't know what's astonishing about celery, but like I say, we'll just have a good laugh here. I'm just cheering myself up. I'm moving forward and I'm going to get myself right. But, so celery astonishment. Alright, it's not that astonishing. They wouldn't let me add the little interesting bits, especially the aubergine. They said someone's wife laughed. I just think mealtime should be amusing. That's my opinion. I don't know what he was doing with the aubergine, but there you go. We'll basically have a large head of celery, cooked rice, green peppers, 3 tomatoes chopped, parmesan cheese, teaspoon of lemon juice, tablespoon of chopped tarragon, 1 egg beaten, salt and pepper. Preheat the oven. Prepare the celery by carefully removing the inner stalks, any leaves, mud, etc. from the hollow. Mix together all the remaining ingredients except the egg, and check seasoning. Bind together with the egg. Take a large piece of lightly oiled cooking foil and place it on a baking tray. Place the celery on the foil and stuff it with the mixture. Tie the string around the loose end and to prevent the stuffing falling out. Wrap in the foil and bake in the oven for 1.5 to 2 hours until celery is tender. To serve, carefully unwrap a piece and place on an oval serving platter with 2 judiciously placed baked potatoes mayhap. Carve at the table. Yeah, it's a little bit crazy. Primal soup, a popular dish at the Unseen University, and it is rumoured amongst the gods themselves. It is said to be the soup from which all life evolved. I'll be back in a moment. I'll get your coffee. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back again. I just went and grabbed me coffee. So today's ASMR relaxation. Hey Wayne, how's it going? Another beautiful day. I'm just having a little relax this morning. I'm writing out some recipes. I'm trying to get my book published. So I want to get a recipe book on. I've got over 250 recipes. And they keep increasing, to be honest. But I'm just looking through a book from one of my favourite authors at the moment. How's things over in Manitoba, was it, I think? So to continue with the book that I'm looking through at the moment, this one it's called Primal Soup. It's supposed to have a bit of everything in it. So we've got fish stock, we've got salmon fillets, cod fillet, mussels, crab meat, baby octopus tentacles, chopped tomatoes, dry white wine, cloves of garlic, roughly chopped parsley, dill, paprika. I wouldn't put the dill in, I'm not a big fan of dill. Want some vermicelli nests, so that means there's a little bit of noodle in there. And then to finish up with, we're going to have some shrimps. We need to shell them, cook. That's all good. One large egg beaten, so it's also going to be kind of like an egg drop soup, I guess. So I have to heat the fish stock in a large pan, roughly chop the salmon and cod and drop into the stock. Simmer on a gentle heat until the fish is nearly cooked, then remove from the heat and stir into the fish. Stir until the fish chunks separate and break down. Return to the heat and add the mussels, crab meat and tentacles. Bring to a simmer. Add the tomatoes and wine and return to a low heat. Add the herbs, garlic and seasonings, the vermicelli and the shrimps and simmer until the pasta cooks. Add browning and food dye if required. Now they want you to put a green food dye in here, so I guess it looks a little bit more witchcraftish. And check seasoning. Finally, add the egg and gently stir until cooked. Then quickly bring the mixture to the boil for a few seconds and serve. So technically, the signs for the Discworld, primal soup should be a vivid turquoise, but no one who is anyone was there, so why worry? Yep, fair enough. So like I said, I'm just having a little go on this one. Now the ruler of the city of Ankh-Morpork is the patrician there, Havelock Veterinary. So his idea of a good meal, he's a very tall, slim guy, nothing on him. Basically it's just bread and water. That's it. That's all he eats. 3 whole freshly baked loaves, 1 flagon of freshly drawn water. So that's about it. Not a lot to that one. Not much to that one at all. Now this one I've actually made already, and it is absolutely fantastic. And it's Mrs. Collins genuine Klatchian curry. So Klatch in in the Discworld is kind of a combination of anywhere, kind of Middle Eastern, Indian, kind of the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, all around that area, but including all of anywhere that's kind of hot and dry and sandy. There is a few references here and there through the book to what the places are like, but this one is Mrs. Colon's Genuine Clatchern Curry. So let's have a look. Note from the editors: few recipes in these pages have caused so much debate as this one. However, anyone over the age of 40 knows how the classic recipe goes, because it has been invented and reinvented thousands of times by ladies who have heard about foreign parts but have no wish to bite into them. Its mere existence is a telling argument for a liberal immigration policy. Like a real curry, it includes any ingredients that are at hand. The resemblance stops there, however. It must use the bright green peas, lumps of swede, and for the connoisseur of gastronomic history, watery slivers of turnip. Messages on my phone, am I? Okay. Nobody gotta know. What's this news? Okay. Okay. Good. Right. And away we go again. So where do we go? The green peas and turnip, yeah. So for wateriness is the key to this curry. Its sauce should be very thin and of unpleasant, if familiar colour. It is must. Yeah. Oh, they've got a print there in here. And it must use a very small amount of curry powder, a substance totally unknown in these areas where curry grows naturally, as it were. Sometimes it's enough just to take the unopened tin out of the pantry and wave it vaguely over the pan. Oh, and remember that the sultanas must be yellow and swollen and soggy and sort of gritty too. Ah, yes, remember them curries from being a younger man. Last minute warning, this recipe has been changed slightly in order to make it quite nice, really. Well, better than the real thing anyway. A lot better, come to think of it. Foreigner-free curry is probably the nearest most humans get to the philosophy behind dwarf bread. And the mere thought of it makes you prepared to eat almost anything. Yeah, that's another one. I'll probably go into that later on after this. The dwarf bread. So dwarfs are real, dragons are real, that type of thing on the Discworld. So dwarf bread. Think of it this way: they also use it to fight battles with. So that is some hard bread. It's like concrete, like granite even. So, but we'll get into that one later. I digress. So 2 tablespoons of sunflower oil, 1 large onion roughly chopped, 2 cloves of garlic, broccoli, florets, 1 red pepper, 1 green pepper, these are all sliced up, a swede chopped and boiled until it is tender, frozen peas, garden peas, raisins or sultanas, 1 teaspoon each of ground ginger, cumin and coriander. 1 teaspoon of curry powder, optional for old time's sake. Only a teaspoon? My goodness. Half a teaspoon of ground turmeric, coconut milk, vegetable stock, brown mustard seeds, salt and black pepper. Well, I think I can make a better curry than this one. So but we'll still have a laugh here at the moment. So preheat your oven to 180 C. Heat the oil in a large frying pan, add the onions, garlic, broccoli, peppers and cook until the onion starts to soften. Then add the partly cooked swedes, peas and raisins and cook gently for a further 5 minutes. Add the spices but not the mustard seeds, the coconut milk and about half of the vegetable stock. Cook for a further 10 minutes or so, adding extra stock if the mixture needs it. If it seems too runny, add a little tomato puree to thicken. Transfer the mixture to a casserole dish. Season, sprinkle with the mustard seeds to cover and cook in the oven for about 45 minutes. Serve with rice or a naan. I think they spout naan wrong as well. And then preferably run away before you start eating it. Oh, sheep's eyeballs. Lovely, yummy. No, that one's sent in by the death of rats, so we're not going that one. Now here's one my mum used to make slumpy. And distressed puddings and things like that. So I'll let you figure out what slumpy is from this one. So your classic still plain slumpy, one of the Morpork most famous dishes, is one of your stick to the ribs meals, because there's times when it's too cold for any of that fancy oh, my tongue's not wet today, that fancy vitamin stuff. Technically, slumpy should have a vast amount of mashed up elderly potatoes, Swedes, with a big knob of butter to help them, but slumpy is a bit like chop suey, which is Argentinian for all of the labels are falling off the tins, and you can make it out of more or less anything so long as you call it slumpy. This one has got some actual flavour and is designed as a main dish rather than something you stop the meat falling off the plate. So that's a little bit different today, I guess. So you want 500 grams of ground beef, tablespoon of vegetable oil, 3 cloves of garlic, 100 grams of fresh mushrooms sliced, some beef stock, dark ale, frozen leaf spinach, 1 tablespoon tomato puree, 1 heaped teaspoon of rub sage, heaped teaspoon English mustard, salt and pepper, 60 grams of butter, 60 grams of flour mixed to a smooth paste, optional, use if required to thicken the sauce. So basically brown the mince in the oil with the garlic, add the mushrooms, stock and ale and bring to the boil. Add the spinach and the rest of the ingredients and bring back to the boil. Simmer for about half an hour or until the liquid is reduced by about a quarter. And then serve with clouty dumplings. Now, clouty dumplings is another delicacy in the disc world. So I guess I really should let you know what clouty dumplings are. Family recipe. Right, clouty dumplings. I've always been famous for my dumplings, ask anyone. But the days of the giant family-sized dumpling boiled up in a clouty or a moth-eaten old vest seems to have passed. People just don't seem to have time to spend in sitting very still to digest their food anymore. They want to be up and walking around within a few hours of lunch, so these belong to a different age entirely. And recreating them is like bringing back a dinosaur back to life. But they're much better than you might think. Making a good dumpling is a mark of a skilled cook. You'll find that out if ever you have to eat one made by a bad cook. Yeah, that's true. I guess if you have something that's made by a bad cook and a good cook, there's a world of difference there. So these have been adapted a little to take account of the modern taste for finicky food. Serve with slumpy, which I've just covered. So 100 grams of wholemeal flour, 50 grams of chopped suet. You can use vegetable shortening if you can't get suet, or lard. Just make sure you freeze it first, or put it in the freezer till it goes firm, and then you can kind of grate it up that little bit so you've got the little pieces. 1 heaped teaspoon of whole grain mustard, salt, pepper, 3 to 4 tablespoons of water, a large pan of stock, vegetable, beef or chicken, whatever suits. So mix the flour, the suet, make sure that there are no lumps. Add the mustard and a little salt and pepper to the mix. Make sure it's mixed well. Just add enough water to make a stiff paste. Bake into 4 equal pieces and roll into balls. Break, Michael, break. My goodness. I'm reading at a 5-year-old's level at the moment. What the heck's going on here? So, once you've formed 4 balls, I mean, if you want, you might want to make more so you can double up these ingredients. Bring the stock to the boil, carefully drop in the dumplings and simmer for 10 to 15 minutes. They should slide off a knife, push through their centres. When done, okay, if the knife bends, you have done something wrong. You probably made dwarf bread. But basically, we serve them with slumpy. Now, let's have a quick check of something here. Right, have a quick look at something. So like I say, while I'm working, we're looking through old recipes and different ideas for recipes. I'm just kind of wanting to, I don't know, I guess I just want to kind of have a look and see what's available out there. I delve into that many different types of food. And I'm always pretty much on the move and stuff. So I do believe in a variety is excellent thing when you're cooking. But I remember growing up, we didn't have a lot. We didn't have much in the way of money or food sometimes. So sometimes it was like you basically very simple potatoes, egg, can of baked beans. My mum was a very, very good cook. As I say, we didn't always have the money for food, so we had to kind of make do. And I know when I was younger, I started making a vegetable garden and things like that, just so I had the extra money. Just for the simple thing of I've got the extra money, extra food, we can have vegetables at the very least. And that seemed to help. that was with a friend of mine called Peter. And I mean, ironically, we had another friend. There was three of us together. There was myself, Peter, and Nils. Nils was Danish, and but grew up in the UK. Well, he would his father. Well, I can't remember his name right now. He he used to grow his own vegetable, and then he had a nice big greenhouse. Yeah, so, but Nils wasn't very. He wasn't even interested in growing any vegetables because obviously, I guess because his father was doing it. And I'm trying to bring up my life so I can see if there's any chat going on. Hey, now I'm gross watching stuff. Nice fresh air. It's beautiful out there. Simple life. Um, how can I put it? I'm taking in the Lord's good sunshine, and I'm taking in some fresh air. But I'm in my office. I've got the windows open here. I've got one open. I think I'll open the other one actually. Let a bit of fresh air in. Yep, let's let some air move through this place. And I'm just working on my recipe book at the moment. But I'm looking through an old book which I got a long time ago. When was this printed? It's a while ago now. This was print. Oh, jeez, 1999. Well, so I've had this book. This is the first edition. I bought this on day one of it coming out, and this is book number 22 of the first run. And people have asked me if they can have it and can they borrow it and things like that, and I said not a chance. I always wanted to get it signed by Sir Terry Pratchett, but I never actually got to that point where it actually got signed. But I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I know it's probably better like this. Must be probably better this way around. But the Discworld is it's a humorous collection of tales and stories about various people. I don't want to go into much. You've got Commander Vimes, you've got Rincewind, you've got an orangutan who used to be a wizard, but he's happy to be an orangutan. So there's lots of different ones in there. You've got Little Nobby, you've got Colon. So these are all members of the guard, and you got heroes with a disc like Cohan, the barbarian, who was about 87 years old, dried up old wrinkly guy, but he can still kill anybody that moves. So it's a fun time, but this is all on the Discworld, which is set on the back of 4 elephants which ride through space on a giant space tail. So this is Sir Terry Pratchett's Discworld novels, and one of the characters is called Nanny Og, and she's a witch. So, but she's also got about 15 children and I don't know, 80 grandchildren or whatever, and she's a character. She's a little bit uncouth, and she says things that we really shouldn't hear out of an older lady's mouth. But it is funny, it is hilarious. There's lots of innuendo, lots of slapstick. Um, I guess Sergeant Colon and Corporal Nobby Coates, them two are a little bit like Laurel and Hardy, to try and explain that one. Hey Jack, how's it going, my friend? I will add you as a moderator, so then you can check out other people. Thanks for coming in. I will write you. I'll write your name down here so I can. Actually, I'll have a check of your channel right now. It's my day's not bad, Jack. It's not bad. I'm kind of sitting in me. I've got a corner office in on my apartment, but it's so full of junk I can't really open all the windows. Um, but I've got my windows open. I'm letting some fresh air in. I'm letting the sunshine in, and I'm just working on my book. So I don't know if anybody who's on now have heard of an author called Terry Pratchett, which is the Pratchett is Pratchett's, Oz. And so I'm just working through one of his books at the moment, which is Nanny Oak's cookbook. Being a chef, I'm looking at some ideas. I want to do some different cooking, but yeah, it's not a bad view looking over. We've got lots of trees. Thank you, Jack. I'll check your channel while I'm here. I'll subscribe to you if it'll let me. My laptop's going weird. Oh, excuse me. Uh-oh. What's going on here? That's a little bit weird. So you don't have no content yourself, Jack? Later on today, I'm going to do some. Um, this might not be to everybody's favourite idea, but I've got some squid, and I got this because I had a Filipino partner, and so I'm going to do squid wrapped in bacon, cooked on the Blackstone griddle with some barbecue sauce on. But I'll also be doing shrimp wrapped in bacon. So if you don't like the squid, you can have the shrimp. And if not, you can just have the bacon. So I'll be doing that one later on today. And it's only, well, it's not 9 o'clock yet. So I'll be doing some breakfast soon. Thank you, now engrossed watching. So they say it's squid is not everybody's favourite thing, and you have to be careful how you cook it, otherwise it ends up very rubbery. But I like to kind of stuff the centres and then wrap a little bit around the bacon. You love shrimp? See, this is one of the things I love that we should be able to do. There should be a way. I'm waiting for the days of like Star Wars and Star Trek where we could just beam things across the other side of the planet in minutes. I could just make you some food and boom, it's there. It's in your little waiting box in your kitchen. But that's a bit of a fantasy, I guess, for now, but it's fun times. You got to look at the dreams sometimes. Um, I was saying that the other day about dreams. Basically, I was told a long time ago by my that I'm going to call him a friend, but he was sergeant too. Um, and he would say a man without a dream is a man who was already dead. And that kind of makes sense. That does make a lot of sense to me. So always build your dreams, but always have one dream that is kind of impossible. So at least you know you're always still striving for something. Like I say, I'm just going through this book at the moment there, so I'm looking at some ideas. And that's something I've never had for a long time as well. Kedgeree. And my mum used to make kedgeree on a Christmas morning. Which was always pleasant. If you don't mind, guys, can you give me a thumbs up? And we'll go. It helps my channel greatly if you leave a comment and give me a thumbs up. And like I say, I always subscribe. And there is a belief, I've heard other people say this, that basically you shouldn't, when you're in professional mode and you are you're trying to build your channel into something that's going to be a bit of a money earner for you, let's say, that you shouldn't subscribe to people who only have one or two subscribers, because it could be that it's people who they're already subscribed with many channels and they make a second subscription. But I believe in subscribing to everybody else, and that way we can kind of support one another. That's my theory anyway. Maybe I'm just a little bit crazy. Yeah, I always get I try and get the biggest shrimp I can get, just so I can, you want something you can get your teeth into. And I've now decided, I've planned a trip, and I'm going to go later this year. I'm going to go and visit the Philippines. I've never been before, and I want to do some cooking on the beach. I'm going to do a video blog of me cooking on the beach, but I'll also do a video blog of me walking the markets, and I'll eat some street food, try the different things. So I can't wait. That's going to be around about October time. I do have friends out there, so I'm lucky in that respect, in that I only need to get me flights. So if I can get my flights sorted out, Philippines it is, cooking on the beach. I want to take some fishing gear as well. I'll take some fishing gear, we'll throw a line in the sea, see what I can pull out. I love camping. I absolutely love camping. I love the fresh air. I mean, I must admit I've done most of my camping when I lived in the UK. So camping in Canada, where I used to live, was near the Rocky Mountains, was a little bit sketchy, in that there was a lot of grizzly bear. Where I live now, just north of Calgary there's a lot of black bear. So we have to be careful. So when I go camping, I take 2 or 3 cans of bear spray along. I take my fishing gear. I take a 12 gauge shotgun that's got slugs in there. I have bells attached to my backpack, that type of thing. So if I'm out walking the rivers doing any fishing, if the theory is if a bear comes along, um, basically I can try the bear spray first. But if it decides it wants to be a pest, or it's going to do me any harm, or anybody I'm with going to do them harm, then unfortunately, yeah, I would be afraid as well. Do you have any sort of firearms or bear spray you can take along? I mean, it depends on the area where you're going camping to. Yeah, bears and mountain lions. See, the trouble is, bears you'll normally see. It depends on the area where you're at. Like in Alaska, so yeah, lots more there. So you will get a lot of big brown bear there. Mountain lions, wolf. But apparently it's the moose that we got to watch out for. It's the moose that come along and want to stomp on you. But if you have a shotgun, take it. You're a fashion designer? That's cool. My son's at university at the moment for theatre design. So he does theatre, he does all, he's designing the backdrops and things like that. And he does, but he wants to be an actor as well, so it's a little bit more involved, I guess. I'm a carpenter and a project manager. I've made a few stage sets and things like that, and I'm hoping that I can make YouTube into a full-time thing. But I'm off work at the moment, Jack. I had a few problems with my knees, and I'm waiting for surgery on my knees. Thanks, buddy. So what sort of fashion design do you do? It seems a bit out the way. Are you still living in Alaska? As a fashion designer in Alaska seems a little bit out the way there. You want to be more like New York or down in I don't know, California, New York, Paris, London, Paris, that type of thing. So, and now you're from India? Well, you're not from Alaska. Strange. I notice you have your picture is native. Your picture is Native American. You're from India, but you live in Alaska, and you do fashion design. Alaska's not the place for fashion design. I don't think so, anyway. Unless you work online, I guess. That's let's have a look. Alaska would be a 2 day drive. But I don't meet people anyway. Um, I say I've had my marriages and things like that, and things haven't worked out. So I'm happy being all by myself at the moment. So do you do freelance design, or is that your main job, the fashion design? Do you work for a company? Cool. So what sort of clothing do you design mainly? Yes, but what style is it? Like, is it shirts, t-shirts, jeans, uh, dress trousers, full full evening wear, or is it just like more? Is it more casual type clothing? All types, eh? It must keep you busy. I wish you every success with that. Hopefully you'll get the contacts. You should actually on your YouTube channel. You should show um, how your process works of doing your design, and kind of don't show your designs, as it were, unless as well, some people steal stuff. Um, but kind of show your processes and show you if you're actually making stuff with a sewing machine, you can do stuff like that. It's not showing off. It's just trying to get your brand, try and get your brand noticed. If you can get your brand across and get recognised, that's where it all comes from, I guess. Who's in my family? Just me. I have family back in the UK, but just my son and my son, and that's it. Only me and my son. But I'm here, he's in the UK. Nope, not married. I've been married before, but didn't work out. I take it you're still only quite young, Jack? No serious relationship or married yet? Well, maybe one day I will. Like I said, I'm happy. I'm happy doing my own thing. Everybody lives their own life there, Jack. Don't worry about it. As long as you're happy. They say everybody has to live their own life the way they think it is. Um, don't. It's not something that bothers me. I say that type of thing. It's. I like what I like. You like what you like. If as long as you're not hurting anybody and nobody's hurting you, then everything's good. Yeah, I kind of, figured that out from the lettering. Not in a sexual or romantic way. No, I like ladies. But as I say, each to their own. What do I like most with what? Like, I like women. I like ladies. My age, my same age group. But it's just finding that somebody who's got the same goals in life. Spicy fried calamari on the menu at Olive Garden. As an appetizer. I seem to recall that one. No, I don't share any phones or anything like that. Sorry, Jack. Oh, that sounds nice. Spicy calamari from... You know, that sounds really familiar. I'm just going to check on my phone. Olive Garden spicy calamari. Well, I think they're still doing it here in Canada. It's tender calamari, lightly breaded and fried, served with marinara sauce on the side. If that's the same one. So if you look online there, now engrossed, there's a copycat Olive Garden fried calamari recipe. It's probably very basic, to be honest. So obviously calamari, milk, flour, Italian seasoning, pineapple chunks. I don't know whether you need the pineapple chunks. Salt, pepper, and vegetable oil. So that's your frying. And then you want lemon wedges, marinara sauce, ranch dressing, and parsley leaves chopped for garnish. Now I would add to the actual ingredients for the calamari rings, there would be chili powder in there, maybe a little bit of cayenne pepper, something like that, just to pep them up a little bit. That's see, when I do my calamari there, now engrossed, I do a whole. So basically, you take the inside out, take the insides out. So obviously it has the cartilage inside. So you take that out, and then you can stuff that with something if you want. Then I wrap it in the bacon, and then I cook that one. So it's a different way of doing it. And so where I come from in the UK, I live right on the coast. So living on the coast is absolutely awesome for getting fresh seafood. But where I live now, it's like, I don't know, 2,000 kilometers away from the coast. It's 2,000 kilometers in the mountain range, like the Rocky Mountains, away from the coast. So it's a little bit tricky. I mean, there's all sorts. If you look online, there's loads and loads of different recipes. Lots and lots of different recipes for calamari. So you get the calamari rings and things like that. I like to use a whole calamari if I can get them. So take the legs and the head away from the body, clean that up, stuff the body, and then pull the beak out. Take the beak out. You can either use the tentacles separately, or you can chop them up as part of the stuffing that goes back inside. I'm just looking at a little recipe here. It's like basically you just need whole squid or calamari. So honey cured bacon, some chopped tomatoes and onions, and all they do on this one is in a bowl combine tomatoes, onion, stuff each squid with a mixture, wrap the squid with bacon, secure bacon, with toothpicks, cook over a hot grill until fully cooked. Remove toothpicks before serving. That is a very basic recipe, but I bet it's absolutely yummy. I'm thinking that's probably absolutely fantastic. Tasty. Yum, yum, yum. But I'm looking forward to doing that one, cooking later on the Blackstone. I love me little Blackstone. I only got the small 17-inch Blackstone. I picked it up at a garage sale for, like, I think I paid $50 for it. And they're normally about 250 or something. It just had a little bit of rust on there, needed a little bit of love. So I just cleaned it all up and resealed everything, got it all nice and beautiful again. So I can't fall off for that one. Very nice. Let's go and get rid of my cup. Grab myself a bottle of water. Back again. Right, let's get back onto Terry Pratchett in his Discworld cookbook, Nanny Oak's cookbook. So Rincewind is a failed magician. I'll write this one down. Olive Garden Squid. Olive Garden calamari. I'm gonna put that one in. Also, another one I used to make as well was crab cake. Ah, there's an idea. Something I was toying with an idea before and I never really got the recipe perfected. It's something I call King Neptune cakes, which basically there's crab, there's fish, different types of fish. Hard Rock Calf, yeah, they do some nice stuff. So you've travelled around a bit there now, Engrossed. You've been to Berlin. Yeah, there was one in Hamburg as well, if I remember rightly. But yeah, I must admit the only Hard Rock Cafe I've been to is in my home, like near my hometown Newcastle, in the UK. And I think I went to one in Florida somewhere a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was one. I think it was a Hard Rock Cafe. I was only 17 at the time, Orlando way, somewhere around there. They needed a female. Well, I guess it's one way. So, you worked in the Hard Rock Cafe? Yeah, there's no Hard Rock Cafe in Canada, I know that. I don't think there ever has been. So you done the cooking there, or were you waiting, or? I say I've never worked as a chef anywhere. I mean, I've done a few big dinner parties and things like that with friends, but I've never. Yeah, I understand that idea of not being married for a while. Sometimes being married is a pain in the proverbial. It can be fun while it's fun, but when it goes wrong, it's difficult. Like I say I never worked as a cook or anything, but I always fancied the idea of opening my own restaurant. But I think that's a bad idea when you've got no experience working as a chef or a cook or anything like that. I watch these programs, well, I don't know, it's basically kitchen nightmares and things like that. And I don't know, it's just, it's very, very, it looks very sketchy. A lot of these people they start a restaurant because they think it looks good, and then they borrow thousands and thousands of dollars off family or friends and whatnot just to start up a restaurant, and then it ends up tanking, and then you have to get somebody like Gordon Ramsay to come in and start trying to fix their stuff. So, not ideal. Definitely not ideal. You must have done a little bit of travelling there now, engrossed. Must have travelled around a fair bit. Oh, nice. Yes, cruises I've never done. Never done a cruise. It's, actually, that's technically not true. Um, I yeah, I was in basically I was in the Navy for a little bit, but I went on a ship a couple of times. Let's just say it. But that's something. That's a part of my life I don't talk about. But I've been to Berlin. I was in Berlin when the wall came down, so that was something to see. I was based in Baden-Baden for a while. What's that kid doing? I guess that's one way they climb through the fence and what have you. That's how they get through here. I might have to go and block that off. Yeah, what was he doing there? I just wondered if that kid was... Now, I've travelled around Europe a fair bit. Places I've been to. So, France, Portugal, Spain, Germany, Norway, Italy, Algeria down in Northern Africa. Then coming across the water, basically Florida, Texas. That was just a long stay over really. And then Canada, pretty much been over on the west coast. I went to Nova Scotia on the east, Toronto, and then it's mainly been in Alberta. Been to BC a few times for different things. I never got down to Vancouver yet. I thought about doing that one, but it's so expensive now. And the distances are so great in Canada, same as the US. I like to drive. I like to drive places, but even for me to drive into the city, it's 4 hours. It's a 4-hour drive. I live out in the middle of nowhere, pretty much, small community. But it's a 4-hour drive away, and I kind of like it that way. I like being out of the way. But for work, basically, it's to drive to work. It would be around about 8 hours, 8 to 9 hours. But I usually just drive to the city and then fly in. The company paid for that. But now I'm not working at all, and I just have to wait until my knees get fixed. But one of the recipes my mum used to make, I was saying earlier, seems a long time ago now, was Lady Sybil Vimes' Kedgeree. So she's another character. She's one of the wealthiest ladies in the city. Now Kedgeree is a Christmas dish in the UK, and it's a little bit spicy, but it's rice, it's smoked haddock. You've got a little bit of spice in there, absolutely fantastic. So, I mean, the main ingredients is long grain rice, milk, water, smoked haddock, butter, a little bit of mild curry powder, a couple of boiled eggs that get chopped up to go over the top as a dressing, bit of salt and pepper, nice and simple. That one is absolutely fantastic. I say my mum used to make that one for a Christmas morning. That's a breakfast dish. So living on the coast, we tend to eat a lot of fish. It's very good. It is very good. They say just looking through all the recipe books, Yeah, we used to cook a lot of fish. My mum used to cook a lot of fish. She'd get like cod fillets and poach them in chicken stock, and then once it was cooked, basically she would just flake that um, and serve it. Basically, sometimes it would serve cold with a salad, or basically just be put on the plate. She'd thicken that chicken stock up like a little sauce, and then we'd have that with French fries and maybe some peas or something. So it's like there's so many different options on cooking, and if you when you travel when you travel around the world a lot, I mean it's easier now we've got the internet. When you travel around the world, you genuinely get the same food ingredients in a dish called something completely different but cooked a slightly different way, or just one ingredient different, which makes it taste so much so much more different, as it were. And this is why I love cooking. It's why I love food, because it can bring so many people together. Um, I know. I think. I think it's more like the Arab nations, like Saudi Arabia, that sort of area. Even if you're an enemy and you walk into their camp and you are given hospitality, I think you're given 3 days, 36 hours, 3 days, or whatever it is, and they will feed you, they will give you water, they will make you well. And if you're not an enemy, obviously they will help you more and send you on your way. If you're an enemy, they send you on your way and they might come after you after that one. But as I understand it, that's how it used to work. There is rules and laws of hospitality. But, I do like a nice chicken curry. But this one's like it's a nice, not too spicy. This is like a genuine curry, this one, so let's have a look. So yeah, that sounds about right. It's got natural yogurt, it's chicken breast, natural yogurt, ginger, got a couple of cloves. So if you like garlic, this is one for you. 2 tablespoons olive oil, 1 large onion, diced, uh, fresh green chili peppers, seeded and finely chopped. You can leave the seeds in if you want it a little bit more spicy. A little bit of cumin, a little bit of coriander and some turmeric for colour. Some coconut milk, a little bit of water, salt and pepper to taste. Some coriander leaves chopped, and if you can get it, if you can find curry leaf, they give so much more flavour to a curry. But this one's quite simple. Cube your chicken and put it into the yogurt in a bowl. Half of the grated ginger, half the crushed garlic. Leave for at least half an hour, or better, overnight. Heat the oil in a large pan and cook the chopped onion for about 10 minutes, stirring occasionally until it is definitely browned. Some bits might be even dark brown. Basically, the more caramelised the onion, the more sweeter the curry usually is, so bear that one in mind. Stir in half the chilies and the remaining ginger and garlic and the powdered spices. You should have a nice curry paste now. Gradually add the coconut milk and cook for another 8 to 10 minutes, or until the mixture starts to get really dry and the oil starts to come out. So if the oil starts to come out, you've got your heat way too high. Okay, I'll just get that one in there. When it all looks thoroughly cooked in a nice thick sauce consistency, add the chicken and the yogurt mixture and a splash of water, probably a half a cup or so. You can do your salt and your pepper now. This should be white pepper at that point, by the way. You can add a little bit of lemon juice and a pinch of sugar if you want, if it doesn't seem sweet enough. Turn the heat down and let it simmer on a low simmer for about 15 to 20 minutes. A little bit longer if it needs to thicken up more. And then just before you want to serve, add your chopped chilies to your taste. You can put chopped fresh coriander leaves on the top, or you can stir it through. Make yourself some naan. If you have a look on my channel there, I do one where I do a simple flatbread or a naan. It's basically it's yogurt and flour, and a little pinch of salt and pepper. But you can put some herbs and spices through there too. Yeah, this is bringing back some memories of my childhood, and sometimes I do have to check things. See if it's still viable now. So I'm just concentrating here whilst I'm sticking my tongue out the corner of my mouth. told me life was gonna be this way. My job's a joke, I'm broke. My love life's the away. It's like I'm always stuck in second gear. Oh, even though you're so I'll be there for you. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. She said, I've seen you in here before. I said, I've been here a time or two. She said, hello, my name is Bobby Joe. Meet my twin sister, Betty Lou. We're both feeling kinda wild tonight. You're the only cowboy in this place. So if you're up for a rodeo, we'll put a big Texas smile on your face. I said, girl, I ain't as good as I once was. I got a few years on me now. And there was a time back in my prime, and I could really lay him down. So if you're looking for some love tonight, I might have just enough. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. I still hang out with my best friend Dave. I've known him since we were kids at school. Thank you. I like to have a little sing-song once in a while. It's when I'm in my happy place. Do you sing yourself? Absolutely. There's one of my subscribers, Griselda Life and Adventure. She said that whilst I was making one of my videos, a live cooking video, I was singing at the same time, and she said I should change my YouTube to the singing chef. I think that's going a little bit too far. But no, nice idea all the same, though, I guess. But you're definitely right there. Food and music are definitely universal. Well, I have a theory about singing. I don't think it's that people can't sing. I think it's that people can't listen. So sing like you're in the shower and nobody's listening, and dance along doing the same thing. That's the best way to view it in my book. I said, it doesn't mean that sometimes my ears work and people sound awesome. Sometimes my ears must be out of tune or something and people don't. But no, I think singing is a beautiful thing. Both of my parents were professional singers, or semi-professional. Um, my mum used to do Doris Day songs. My father used to do Nat King Cole and Frank Sinatra, that type of thing. But he was definitely more Nat King Cole than anything else. So like I say, singing has got a very big thing for us. I try and play the guitar, but I'm absolutely terrible at it. I've been playing the guitar since I was about 16, and I'd play for a couple of months, then I'd stop, then I'd play for another couple of months, and then I'd stop again. So it kind of, I don't get no further forward, unfortunately. But no, both my parents used to travel around the country in the local area, that sing in bars and clubs. I mean, that's how they met originally. They, they were both doing a competition, and as it happened this time, it was like a local bar, and my dad was on leave from the RAF, and he was in the bar singing, and they used to do this thing every weekend, and my mum was only 14 at the time, and her father took her along to the bar just so she could sing for everybody. And my father wasn't best pleased because she won the competition, and he'd been winning that same competition. Every time he went in, he always won. So he wasn't a happy man. But I think the reality is, if he couldn't beat her, well, he might as well date her and then marry her later on. But my mum was offered a recording contract, but at the time she was pregnant with my older sister, so she couldn't, she didn't take the deal, which I personally speaking, I think was stupid. But it is what it is, and history's gone now. There was a lady in the UK took the recording contract called, she was called Kathy Kirby, and she was supposed to be the British version of Doris Day. But my mum was the typical thing, a size 10 with a large chest, but my mum was natural blonde hair, wasn't bleached, and beautiful young lady. Lots of guys wanting to date her and things like that, especially once she became that little bit more popular. But her and my father were together. She was 14, he was 19, and they started dating, and they were together until my father passed away at 57. So that must be, even though they had the ups and downs, they had the arguments and all the rest of it, they still made it basically almost 40 years together. So I have to say congratulations and well done. You're welcome. That's one of the type of stories I like to share. I say it's a nice story of how love and friendships are formed, really. But I've got a few more, but some of them don't always work out. I mean, my last partner, how we met, we were both working in the same place, but we were both married at the same time. Then we just became friends, and we kind of, with a bunch of others, we all kind of shared our Facebook detail. And we got together, we done all of this type of stuff, and years later, I was divorced and she was widowed, and that's it. We kind of realised we were really good friends, and it was more than that. But again, unfortunately, that one didn't work out. But I think I have too many hang-ups from previous relationships. I have trust issues with people. I mean, my last partner, let's have a look. She claimed basically that I'd beat her up. Got the police involved. I got arrested, all that type of stuff, and it cost me almost $10,000 in lawyer fees to fight myself to not be prosecuted. And then I ended up, they took away my Canadian citizenship, and I had to reapply for my citizenship. Got that. I done that again. But what it meant was I ended up having to sell my house. So I lost my house, my workshop, I lost my business, and I lost trust in people at that point. So that's why I'm where I am now. I say it's a little bit difficult sometimes. Yeah, I mean these things happen unfortunately, but I'm in a better place now. I'm happier by myself, and I know I've only got myself to trust, and I've only got myself to blame. But all's good now, and I just get on with things. Yeah, absolutely. So I went through the darkness, and I came out into the light on the other side. And to be honest, there's been a few times in my life when people sometimes ask that question of do you believe in something above? And whatever you want to call it, um, God, Jesus, Jehovah, all of these different things. I'm not particularly a religious person, but I am spiritual. And the several times I've came across a hard time in my life, and I prayed for guidance, and I've asked for help and support. And sometimes you want to scream and shake your fists at the sky because you think you're being abandoned or whatever. And I come to the conclusion that it's not that you've been abandoned, it's that you've abandoned your faith in some ways. So it is like you've got to believe in yourself to believe in something that's upstairs, as it were. So when I say every time I've been in the darkness, I've asked for help, and I've always received it in one way or another. And you ask for people to help you along the way, and you feel lost and alone, and somebody will come into your life, and even if it's just for 10 minutes, just to say, hey, how are you doing? Hope you have a fantastic day. So that's where it all changes. But anyway, they say I don't really talk too much about religion, politics, that type of thing. I like to keep it light. Yep, absolutely. Everything happens for a reason. And I used to like to do a lot of walking kind of out in the countryside where there's not a lot of people, but there is open tracks. You might not meet many people, um, but then you'll see somebody come walking along and you'll kind of you'll start with a little conversation that's usually about the weather or how's the track ahead, is there any dangers that I need to know about, it's good going, that type of thing. Is there anywhere around here where I can have a good views and any good scenery to look at? And sometimes it can just, that's enough just to lighten your load that little bit. It just makes you feel a little bit more welcome. And I mean, I'm having a little bit of a trouble time at the moment because, like say, I'm on my own now, and because my knees, I need surgery on my knees and they hurt a lot. I really don't get out into nature too much now. As close as I get, I'll drive down to the river or up to the lake, and I will go and have a like a sit down near the lake and just get a bit of sunshine. But living in Canada, that's a bit difficult because we only have roughly 4 months of good weather. The rest of the time, our winter is around about 8 months long. So come October, we're down to the zeros and below. And September we start having frosts, and then that lasts right the way through to sometimes right through to May. So when March is when we usually get a big thaw, but then all of a sudden it'll come back again, and the winter comes back and kicks you in the backside. So you do have to be kind of careful. But it is nice to get outside in the winter as well. I say it's cold, but we wrap up warm. And you see pretty much everybody drives a four-wheel drive vehicle. And we all have Canada Goose parkers and things like that. So but it's not uncommon here to be spending $1,000, $2,000 on a winter jacket. Depending on where you're living. Right, what was it? I'm not going to go straight into too much into the religious things, but I'm trying to remember some of the parables and things like that. Basically, if I come knocking on your door, will you greet me? So I say they don't necessarily mean knocking on your door. Could be somebody stop you in the street and just, can you help me? So if you can help somebody by giving them a couple of dollars, then by all means do so. Oklahoma can be bad. I know Oklahoma has a lot of storms and things like that. Oh, excuse me one moment. Right, so I'm back there. Just had to go and blow my nose, so allergies are playing up. Oh, that's nice to just relax on a Sunday. You came into this world in a blink of an eye. Man, how time flies. You gave me a smile and there's a tear fell from my eye. You lit that room up, little guy. Now I'll laugh with you, cry with you, let my love surround you. And I'll pray for you and dance with you and wrap my arms around you, little guy. That sound the wrong words there. No, I'll have to practice it a little bit more. And I'm gonna be the best that I can. And take you by your little hand. And when you stumble, I'll pick you right up. I'll be your number one fan. I'll watch you grow into a man. Yeah, I'll laugh with you, cry with you, let my love surround you. And I'll pray for you, and dance with you, and wrap my arms around you when you cry, little guy. Something like that. I've got to say that's one of the things in my life that I would like to have done differently, is to have left my son behind in the UK when he was very young. I would love to have him here with me. I mean, I do not regret for any sense of the word of leaving the UK. I don't regret that at all. My life in Canada has been pretty decent apart from a few moments. But leaving my son behind, he was only 8 years old, and receiving a letter in the post, which basically is, Daddy, I love you, but did you leave because of me? That is heartbreaking. That really is heartbreaking. Yeah, I talk to him pretty much like, I try at least 2 or 3 times a week. We chat on Messenger. We chat a lot on Messenger. When he was younger, we used to do Skype all the time. I would talk to him on Skype, and I'd help with his homework and things like that. But when I have the money, I say he's 21 now, or he will be in Octoberish somewhere. I won't give away full dates. But I say he's 21 soon, and he's growing into a man. I'm proud of him, what he's doing. But they say it's just so far away, it's difficult. So, and to do a proper holiday into the UK for 2 or 3 weeks, you've got to rent a hotel, rent a car. It's usually anywhere between $6,000 to $10,000 by the time you paid for your flights, paid for accommodation, your travel. Gas is really expensive over in the UK, and then you want to drive around, do a few things. So a lot of the entertainment is quite expensive when you convert it from Canadian dollars to pounds. So I mean, for every dollar you spend, you're really spending $2 because of the UK prices. So it's a little bit difficult like that. But aside from that, it's a nice place to visit. There's lots of old architecture, cathedrals, castles, all that type of thing. Lots of beautiful scenery. But as I say, at the same time, it's very expensive. But even if I bring my son here, which I brought him over last year, he came for a month. Even then, it's still $2,500 for flights. And then you want to go and do a few things, so you end up spending another $2,000 or $3,000 doing things around here. But out in the bush, it's expensive to do, but it is worth it. It is worth seeing your family, seeing your son. I just wish I could do it more often. It would be nice. It would be nice if I could do it more often, definitely. I say travelling is a good thing. I love travel. Travel is an education, so to say. And I mean, I've had friends who do the travel thing, and that's all they've done. They'll jump on a plane and they'll go to France from the UK, or they'll get the train across. And at the time when you could just work anywhere in Europe, we didn't need a visa or anything, so they'd travel around Europe just getting a job as a pot washer or anything like that. Stay in very cheap accommodation. And then basically that's their experience. Go and work in the Swiss or the Italian Alps and work as a ski instructor or something like that. I mean, that's broadened their horizons. It stops you being so negative, and I guess you're more tolerant of people. That's my theory anyway. But I would like to see my son a little bit more. Seems a shame I'm stuck. I'm sat here in the office going through my recipes and whatnot. I feel like I should maybe be outside. I should be outside soaking up some sunshine. Well, I've got my windows open, I've got a cross breeze, so that's not too bad. But I think the going out part is something I might have to do. But I think I'm using my tablet to do a live. So what I might do is I'll give it a little bit longer and I'll end this live, and then I might go up to the lake and do a live up there where I'm just sitting in my chair relaxing, and you can have a look at the lake, and there's probably people on jet skis and all that type of stuff spoiling the peace and quiet, but it's nice to get out. So what's your plans today now in Roast? Apart from listening to me, you got any plans to go out or? And you need a helping hand, and nothing is going right. Close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there. That's nice. Get together with family, that's good. There is actually quite a large age gap between siblings. With my sisters, it was 5 years between us all. So 5 was a very prominent figure in our house. I don't know why. When I was a kid growing up, we lived in number 5. There was 5 of us in the family. My mum was 5 years younger than my dad, and I'll try and think here. let's say the 5 years between us in age as kids. Then I said, my dad was birthday the 25th, my mum was on the 10th, which is obviously 2 5s. Our friends growing up, one lived in 95, our house number say was 95. My friends lived in 95, and then friends on the other side of the street there lived in 25. So I don't know what the significance of all them fives are, but I'm not sure whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. I'm sure somebody who knows about stuff like this will be able to tell me. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. A nice family lunch or dinner is always I would love to be able to go and have a nice family lunch. That'd be nice. That would be sweet, actually. I miss that thing, like when we were growing up every Sunday, we used to have a proper Sunday lunch. Rather be chicken or beef and then all the vegetables. But my mum used to really go out sometimes, and it'd be, because we didn't have a lot, and vegetables were a big thing. So it might only be a few slices of chicken, but it was mainly vegetables with gravy. Or if my mum would cook some beef, she would cook it, then cook it again in the gravy. So then basically my dad got a lot of the beef, and we got the gravy with bits of beef in. So it kind of went further that way. And but I say it'll normally be potatoes, carrots, peas, cabbage, maybe it's like a turnip or rutabaga as they're called here. Maybe it's a bit of cauliflower or broccoli. So that went far. But I don't know how my mum managed it, to be honest, because she would make food stretch right out. I mean, we've got 5 people eating, and I'm pretty sure, as it is now, I would have trouble making that much food go through 5 people. So you have to be a bit more creative. But normally afterwards we do a thing called bubble and squeak. So my mum would fry up, there'd be Yorkshire puddings as well. So that was something else that we had on there with like the gravy. But my mum would actually cook up all of them vegetables and then pour on the gravy, and it all kind of comes mushy and goes together. We call it bubble and squeak. And you know it's cooked because it does start to bubble and pop, and as them bubbles are popping, it does make whistling noises. But you would find afterwards, you would find little bits of chicken in there. There'd be maybe a Brussels sprout, which people don't really like. She'd chop them up, they'd be in there. I was the exception. I loved Brussels sprouts all the time. And so that was like another meal she made out of the leftovers. And then if there was any chicken left over, that would be made into a chicken curry, which you would serve with rice. Yeah, nice chicken curry served with rice. Or a beef curry served with rice. Or indeed, sometimes they'd just be served with, we would call them chips, but obviously you used to call them French fries over here. But they were a little bit thicker, heavier, more like a potato wedge, I guess. But I say that takes me back to when I first started posting this morning. So when sometimes I don't always know what to do for meals and things like that, but we always had a set meal. My mum would always cook kind of the same thing on different days. So Saturdays were always what we called a picnic tea, or picnic lunch. And my mum she'd make open sandwiches, so she'd buy some bread buns, cut them in half, and then so the half of it would maybe she'd make like an egg mayonnaise on the top, or there'd be like ham and tomato or ham and peas pudding on there. Then she'd make cakes, so she'd make like little fairy cake, like muffin type things. Maybe it's a trifle or something. And there's an aside to that one, there'd be some sort of salad or something that she would make. So it was pretty decent. Fridays were always fish. Yep, gravy and Brussels sprouts. Two of my favourite things. Mind you, you're in the US, if I remember rightly. And so gravy is different in the US than what it is in the UK. Gravy is like white. It's like a white gravy in the US. In the UK, it's made usually with beef stock or chicken stock, and then it's more brown than anything else. Well, it's definitely brown. I know when I went to Florida many years ago, at breakfast time it said gravy and biscuits, and I thought I'd give that a try. And the gravy, as I say, it was like more like a white creamy sauce, and it was like a cheesy biscuit, which I would call a scone. So, as I was saying before, we have the same recipes around the world, but they're slightly different now. There's that kind of slightly different names, or getting a bit sleepy now. Yeah, the sausage in the gravy, that's the thing I was forgetting there. It was like a sliced, well, a diced sausage, I guess, that was in with the gravy. So like I say, the gravy I make is usually with like it'd be like with a meat stock. Then we use browning to make it into a more, just make it a browny meat gravy. I enjoyed it. I was just wondering why I'm feeling sleepy there now, but I think I didn't sleep too well last night. The downside with my knees needing that surgery on there is sometimes I have an uncomfortable night, so I don't always sleep too well. Probably need to get out and get some more vitamin D, soak up some sunshine. Probably a good thing. Trouble is, at the moment we had a few days of really heavy rain, and now we've got mosquitoes everywhere, and the mosquitoes are flying around. It's like they're bombarding everybody and everything. But still, just get the off spray. I should probably go and get something to eat soon. I've been doing this thing. You probably heard me say it before, but I don't eat after 6 o'clock in the evening if I can help it. Depends how busy my day is, and I don't eat before 10 o'clock in the morning. But now we're already 10:45 and I still haven't eaten yet, so I've just had water and a coffee. That's Avon. Oh, away. Avon skin so soft oil. Hmm. I'll have a look at that one. I'll quick check right now. So this is like a bath oil, or is it just a rub on your skin? Ah, yeah, they're asking the question there. It's Avon skin so soft. Is it a mosquito repellent? Oh. They reckon the DEET protects better, according to this. The Avon skin so soft. They do not advocate the use of ASSS in areas where there is a significant risk of infection by mosquito transmitted diseases. But I think here we're okay. So, yep, I'll have a look for that stuff and see if I can try it. Yep, mosquitoes and chiggers. I know a long time ago I got bitten by a tick, a deer tick, back in the UK, and I got a big lump on my leg, and I got like that, the bullseye and everything. So I was treated for Lyme's disease, but you don't know what they are, and I had to fight for that one because in the UK they reckon there's no such thing as Lyme's disease. But all it takes if it's fresh, the Lyme's disease is easily combated with antibiotics. Yeah, I'll have a look at this one. I'll write that one down on my notepad. I'm finding some of my old note to me notepad and all of it. I had a little phase where I was writing short stories. And, the antlered man, boy on the bed, the man on the hill, monks on the hill, sister on the landing, sister through the window, black dog, upright wolf. I forgot about all of these. Triangle lights in the sky and screaming in the woods. Kind of supernatural, I guess. West Nile's going on to the mosquitoes. I'm guessing that's down, obviously, throughout the US there. So hopefully it doesn't come up this way. Hopefully it won't come this way. Yeah, I'm checking that one out, the Avon source of skin. I'm trying to remember what. Hey Bernadina, nice to see you back again. Thanks for joining. I'm trying to think what the West Nile was. That's like it's similar to meningitis or something. Yep. Good morning, Bernadina. How are things over in the Philippines? Hope all is well. That's good. That's good to hear. I'm glad you came on now because I might not be on for much longer. I'm thinking about going out. I'm going up to the lake. I might get dressed, go up to the lake, and then I might do a little bit more live up at the lake. No, I've just been talking about different foods today, Bernadina. And I was also talking about how I'm thinking about coming over to the Philippines in October. Hey Rob, how's it going, buddy? I know I said before, but I'm planning on putting another order in for some more decals. I need my logo stuff making up so I can add it to any orders I give to people. I need the little stickers for the top of the lids for my jars for my chili sauce, my homemade chili sauce. They're getting a little bit popular now. There's a few people getting them in town. Now, if you didn't know now, engrossed, my chili sauce, I I do a chili sauce. It's somewhere between that Frank's and the sriracha. So very, very tasty. Excuse me. Yep, it's kind of a combination of the two. So it's just nice to have a little. You can add it to food, or you could just use it as a dressing. So thank you. So there's some of the recipes in this book, they're hilarious, really, because it's taken from the Discworld series. So it is meant to be humorous, and it's not meant to be it's not meant to be taken seriously, really. But this one is for the Lancre mint cake. Now, Lancre is up in the mountains. Um, where you get all sorts, you get trolls and giants and things like that hang around as well. You get witches and everything. But the classic Lancre mint cake is extremely useful for mountain travellers who may occasionally need to beat a troll to death. It also, if whirled around the head on the end of a piece of string, emits a strange droning noise that can attract rescuers or, of course, more trolls. This version is for soft lowlanders who like their teeth. So it's meant, like I say, it's meant to be humorous. But I mean, that thing, putting something on a piece of string and wearing it around your head, that's an Australian Aboriginal idea. Can't remember what they call it. Uh, the bull roarer, that's the word I was looking for. You had to Google that one. Yeah, bull roarer. So basically, it's like almost like a surfboard-shaped piece of wood that's been carved, it's flattened, then they put it on a piece of cord, and then they'll spin that around. If you've seen Crocodile Dundee, he uses one, and it's like a if you go slower, it makes a lower noise. You go faster, it gets more high pitched. I might make one for fun. Let's have a look. I'll see if I can find a noise of one. See if I can find it. Sometimes you find these things on YouTube where people are making them. Some beautiful countryside out in Australia. Yep. I found one. I'll turn this up so you can hear it. Well, I'm not entirely... Stupid laptop getting in the way again. Yeah. Why would my live turn itself off? Stupid thing. Yeah, the bull roarer, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it was more of a... it was used to... They used it for communication, or... I think they used it for communication, or basically I need help. I think that's what it was mainly used for. So what was it used for? So Australian Aboriginal people used the bull roarer during initiation ceremonies and other rituals including burials. The sound is thought to ward off the evil spirits. Traditionally, bull roarers are used only by men. Women are prohibited from using, touching, or in some cases even seeing one. Okay, well, if it's down to their rituals and whatever, it's whatever you want. But I'm pretty sure if somebody needed to make one and use it for, I guess, say help, then maybe they wouldn't be so strict about it, I guess. Yeah, there's a few recipes in here that I'm actually gonna make. I'm gonna make as part of a video sequence. One of the funniest ones I think at least I thought was funny. It's the very first recipe in the book, and it's deep sea blowfish, and I'll read this one out. So basically, you need a deep sea blowfish, basically a puffer fish, sea bream or other white fish, 4 radishes, spring onions, a few sprigs of watercress, an egg cup full of light soy sauce to use as a dip, mixed with 1 teaspoon of mustard, lemon juice and garlic. So the most important thing here is to not use any of the blowfish whatsoever, since every single part of it is deadly in a very unpleasant way. Basically, they'd be able to bury you in an envelope. So after covering all work surfaces, dispose of the blowfish very carefully. Better yet, get someone else. Perhaps someone you don't like very much but who doesn't owe you any money to dispose of the blowfish. An incinerator would be an ideal place provided the smoke is blowing in the direction of unnecessary people. Of course, you might ask why bother to obtain a deep sea blowfish at all. Well, if you do not, the dish will still be very pleasant, but it will not have that delicate frisson, as they call it, which lifts the dish to gastronomic heaven. Connoisseurs claim that they can tell by the taste if a blowfish has been anywhere near the kitchen on the day. And woe betide the chef who just couldn't be bothered to go out and buy one. They say the dish knows there's been a blowfish nearby. If heard, where some wizards reckon that the blowfish business is a bit like that idea that water remembers what's been in it. That's pretty clever. So, like I say, it's all about a bit of fun. I'm having a little bit of fun with this one. I want to lighten my load and have a laugh along the way. Oh. I know yesterday I done my live. I done my live on the deck, and I had my little reclining chair there, and well, it's a deck, it's a balcony. I kind of have to. I push my few things out the way, and I put my little chair out there, and I just leaned back, and I fell asleep for about 2 hours. But all you can see is basically me looking at the sky and the trees and over the rooftop. And I was just happy. Happy, happy, happy. I woke up nice and refreshed. And then you kind of get on with doing a few more things for your day. But it's weird, I'm not even hungry at the moment. Yep, that's definitely the way to do it. Sometimes you just got to kick back and say, the heck with it. But, yeah, I don't know why, but I'm trying to get myself into that mode where I just want to relax and just not take the world too seriously. But I also don't know why, but I'm not even hungry at the moment. I had coffee and water. And I don't feel hungry. A little bit bizarre. But if I do decide to go out, I will definitely have to have something to eat before I do. Otherwise, I'll end up being hungry outside and saying, oh look, there's a fast food place, I'll go and get a burger or something like that. Which is something stupid really when you think, I cook so much, and I don't mean it funny to a lot of the places, because I cook well. Sometimes I'll meet friends we'll go for supper or we'll go for lunch, and I'm eating the food that is very nice, and yes, it's a day off from the kitchen yourself, but I'm also thinking, geez, I can cook better than this. It's nice, but I make it better, and I've just had to pay $50 for it. So, but I think the most important part is I am out with a couple of friends having a little bit of friendship time, which for me is also a very important thing. Yeah. I keep threatening that I'm going to play my guitar online, like while I'm sitting here just playing guitar, but I really don't play well enough. I need to practice a lot first before I embarrass myself like that. I've got a lot of messages on my studio. I will have to. I'll have to reply to some of these. Gosh, this Soul Roger Vlogs. Okay, it's called. Made a lot of comments on a lot of my videos here, so I'll have to catch up with that one, I guess. It helps your algorithms, apparently. So if you don't answer people, then your views go down or something. So just out of curiosity, now engrossed watching. So you've watched a few of my cooking videos. Is there anything that you like that I cook? Or anything that you like that you would like me to cook? So I always ask as well, if anybody's got any ideas on what they would like me to cook. I will make a video especially just for them. I have a young guy called William. He said he's mainly vegetarian. He might eat, I think he eats a bit of fish here and there. And as such, I'm going to come up with some nice vegetarian dishes that he can make himself. I mean, one of the ones I used to make myself was it's a vegetarian lasagna made with eggplant. So that. Awesome, thank you. I do try and help. If yeah, if there's anything that you would like me to cook, I will definitely do so. But I like kind of I like simple food, like just making a quick omelette and things like that for breakfast. I love making a good sandwich. And if you've got things like a nice deli sandwich type of thing where you got nice bread, you got some like nice hams and meat, other sliced meats, and I don't want something that's got too much preservatives in there, which unfortunately a lot of you buy like the sausages and other cured meats. They've got a lot of preservatives in there. So it's nice to be able to actually make a nice sandwich with cheeses and meats and lots of salad in there. So you've got something you're struggling to get your mouth around. And you know that it's reasonably healthy, apart from the bread. I've been doing a few more wraps lately because the bread is a little bit better as a wrap, or like pita breads and things like that, so it's not as heavy. So I've always called them pita bread, and there was a an English comedian. He was doing like a fake show, like a little bit of a skit about, I don't know, let's just call them the wealthy 1% who speak differently in the UK, and it was like they would call them a pita bread, not a pita bread. They would call it a pita bread, which I thought was quite funny, to be honest. And I know there's a lot of people in the UK watch Jamie Oliver, and there's been a lot of ridicule between different chefs and things like that. I know Gordon Ramsay, and he has a little bit of a go at Jamie Oliver, and that Uncle Roger, he says Jamie Oliver's cooking is terrible, and I love some of his recipes. I will say some of them work very well. Some of them are just a little bit too much out there. But one of the phrases that he used when he first started was, it's about the cooking and the recipes, and it's not me, it's the food. Which basically means if you can get good quality produce, you're always going to have a good food. But living in the north of Canada here, it's not always easy to get good quality produce. It's we're far away, like I say, we're 2,000 kilometres away from the sea, but we do have trucks that come in from British Columbia, and they bring salmon and crab and things like that. Oh dear. Oh, I feel a snooze coming along. Oh. Nice. It's just a small turkey breast. Normally we get like the larger one here. I don't eat a lot of turkey. I tend to leave turkey till around about like the Christmas time, Thanksgiving, around there. I'll use chicken a lot. I do use a lot of chicken. Chicken, I guess I could do the same thing with chicken. I haven't done any crock pot dishes for a while, actually. Oh, now you've got me thinking crock pot, and I'm making pulled pork or something. Yummy. A nice pulled pork. Mm. Or I've done pulled chicken before. So what sort of fur babies do you have? Is it cats or dogs? Oh, Norfolk Terrier, nice little doggy. Yeah, I like dogs. I'm not a I'm allergic to cats. I've always been a dog person. I've had cats in the past, and we still get wild cats in the UK. The last dog I had was a Shih Tzu Maltese cross because basically they didn't set off any allergies or anything like that, just in case. And nice dog, not the smartest dog in the world. Took a lot of training. Um, but when I first got him, he was chewing the carpet and he'd go potty anywhere he felt like it. So it took a lot of training. But once he got the idea, he would go to the door and he would bark and scratch at the door if he wanted to go out. If he wanted something to eat, he would pick his food bowl up and bring it over to me. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, um he was only see I lost my little doggy during the divorce, so um that was a that was a bit of an upsetting time. Just to walk away and say goodbye to my doggy, even though I know he's only 8 hours away, but you can't kind of go ahead and visit because you know you don't want to be anywhere near that person. But I was thinking about getting another dog, but it's that thing of what do you do with a dog if you want to go on holiday somewhere? Like say I want to go to the Philippines or I want to go somewhere. Even if I want to go back to see my son in the UK, what do I do with my dog? I don't want to leave a dog in the kennels. Um, I don't trust people very much, so it's going to be left in the kennels, and he's not. If you don't know whether he's been treated correctly, or how you would treat him, him or her, and it's so sad. I mean, you should be able to travel with your pets. Put them in a little doggy carrier, take them on the plane. If they're only a small dog, actually have them on your knee while you're on the plane, as long as you're not making lots of noise. But I know for a fact if you I don't like that idea of putting a dog in the hold of a plane. That's got to be terrifying for the dog. But well, Shih Tzus are a lovely dog. They're very loving. I mean, that's the old thing I used to always say. I called him Poochie. Yeah, kennels are not a good thing. But I called my dog Poochie. Um, my ex used to call him Cuteness. Called him Cuteness, and he was a boy. She used to put a pink ribbon in his hair and things like that. And the first time I turned round, she was calling him Cuteness, and he would ignore her completely. And I would say, "Hey, Poochie," and that was it. He would come straight over, and he always liked to jump up on my knee all the time. He'd ignore everybody else, even to the point of when I came home from work. When I came home from work, he would literally jump that kind of 4 feet high into the air, and I would catch him, and he'd be like licking me all over the face and, "Hi, Dad, I've missed you. Where have you been? You've been gone all day." So, nice doggy, nice dogs. So I've got a choice. I either get another dog and don't go on holidays, or just go camping and stuff. I guess travel around Canada, or I don't get a dog and then I can go to somewhere where it's nice and warm and I mean, you don't always, like say with kennels, you don't know who's looking after them. You're right there. Yeah, nothing. See, I, I read a thing a while back there, and how to tell who loves you the most between your partner and your dog. And I thought this was hilarious. I mean, it's not something that anybody would really do, or at least I hope they wouldn't. But if you lock your dog and your partner in the trunk of the car and left them for an hour and then came back, see which one would be, when you open it, that would be happy to see you. I'm pretty sure it's lots of verbal abuse from the partner, and your dog is just like, oh, Dad, you're back, awesome. So it's a good way to look at it. A dog is unconditional. But I've heard stories of people who've mistreated their animals, but the animals will still come back. And you're my leader, you're my dad, or whatever, you're my parent, whatever, you're my brother, however the dog views you. And people who've kicked the dogs and abused them, they've hit them with things, and the dog still comes back over like, what did I do wrong? I love you so much. And like I say, it's completely unconditional. I mean, I'm just having a look online right now. We have some boarding kennels and things like that. And I mean, one's been open for 10 years, one's been open for 5, the other one's only been open for 3. So automatically you go to the one that says 10 years. Look at the reviews and stuff. And I mean, all of the reviews are good. They've all got 5 stars. There's one that's got a 1 star, so I like to look for them ones. Not happy whatsoever with the kennel. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. You're better off asking a homeless person to watch your dog than trusting this kennel. Wow, that's harsh, I guess. Marissa, there appears to be no record of you having stayed at our kennel. Not sure what experience you're referring to in order to pass such judgment. Have a good day. Mind you, there's just that one. There's only one. But still, it's just that the loneliness from the dog. When I miss mommy or daddy. I mean, I think the only way I would use something like a boarding kennel is if I had no choice, like I had to go back home for an emergency. But trusting that they're going to look after your baby so much, that's a big ask in my book. Well, I'm going to disappear for a bit, but I'm going to leave that running. I just want to go and I'm probably just going to have some cereal, I think, something light. But if you go into your family, enjoy yourself. Enjoy your family time and enjoy your lunch. And I will talk to you again later. And if you're still around when I get back, I'll talk to you then. Well, thank you for the company. Thank you for sticking around. It's much appreciated. So hopefully it won't be too long. If you're still around, then that's great. But if not, you get on with your day and have yourself a wonderful day. Hey guys, well, I'm just checking back in because I'm going to shut this one down, and then I'm going to go out onto my balcony and I'm going to cook some food, which will be, I'm doing bacon wrapped squid or calamari, whatever you want to call it, and then it'll be, how can I do it? How can I say this? Basically, squid wrapped in bacon, cooked on the Blackstone griddle with a little bit of Cajun seasoning and a little bit of barbecue sauce. So, check out that one if you're still listening in, guys. Love you all. Mike out.